Alright, maybe we'll figure out what's going on in this game now that I'm sober and not watching VTubers play Naruto. Maybe we'll figure out what to do now. I need to turn on the volume. That will help, won't it? Not really. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, this game has been one of my least favorites in the library. The encounter rate is so high that I couldn't play this game last time because it was I couldn't remember what I was doing after each encounter, but now I'll probably be able to know what's going on here. Oh, what's this place called? So this is Nekoma. Nekoma. See, journey east. There's like a blue hallway. No. What was it? It was like a blue hallway. What? Okay. So leave and head north. Where is this though? I don't remember. Like, do I need to watch the previous stream? Figure out what's going on? Let's see, where was this, like, blue hallway? Because that was the last relevant thing I did in this game. Just sad to think about. Huh. I definitely... Thing is, if you play this game in the background, you're still gonna progress, I guess, but like, damn. It takes about an hour to level up. Maybe a little bit less, but... well, no, it does take an hour. So it's because if you're actually making progress, you get experience for doing that. But if you're not, then it's gonna take a long time. So, let's see. So it can't go up that way. What the hell? Just gotta remember what's going on in this game. Let's see. Did I find the blue hallway? So, hold up. Oh my god, I did. So it's actually in the castle. So it's in the castle this whole time. Oh yeah, I'm so dumb. It doesn't matter. It kind of does. Fuck. Could not remember where I was yesterday in this game, but now I know what's going on, so there's that. Certainly not the most exciting of video games, I will say that. It's been really just... It's been this the whole time. It's really just been this. This is the game that you're seeing here. I think we're strong though. I think we've become really strong, at least. At least in this area we're strong. There's something chill about just like playing an RPG in the background, just getting stronger, but about time we make progress. Really like the PC Engine list. Do about a game a day. Sometimes it's a little bit slower because we come across a really hard game or something. Like what was that game? It's Tiger Heli. But that's not the name. Or sorry, Twin Cobra is the name. I'm trying to remember like the Japanese name of that game, and I can't, but it's on my list. But yeah, that game was super hard. I had to pause a lot to get through that one. Legion. So Legion was just absolutely atrocious. It's the worst game I've played on the system, easily. absolutely atrocious. And apparently it's on Switch. Like, apparently you can purchase the game by itself. That blows my mind. Oh wait, no, we need to go in this building. I woke up super tired today. I'm trying to stay awake for a while. Feeling pretty good right now, but I really need to be up kind of like far in the future. Like, we're gonna be up for a while. It's unfortunate, but yeah, it's gonna kind of be unfortunate. Suppose it is what it is, though. Couldn't find matches and try to net play and brawl. I couldn't find anyone. That's the thing about being a brawl player, is that you just can't find matches whenever you want. You can't. So my brawl for the weekend was 15 minutes of gameplay. 15 minutes of gameplay because I spent probably an hour trying to figure out how to net play this Brawl Is Not Dead guy. He's the biggest Brawl streamer in the world. YouTuber. He didn't know what he was doing. He's never net played anyone, but he was streaming, even though he's never even tested if it works. So one of his chatters joined me instead, and then he rage quit in 15 minutes, man. Jeez. Oh my god, I was so looking forward to playing that guy to an extent. I think it would have been like kind of sad if I just like tried to if I just shat on him as Meta Knight. I think that would have been kind of sad. I don't want, you know, his whole view of Brawl is gonna be warped after he starts playing people for real. WJ. We're gonna be a good What the fuck is this? Yeah, I just saw something completely absurd. Yeah, I saw something completely absurd. That was really weird. Anyway, let's play the game. Play. I don't really think there's a whole lot of playing. It makes no difference. The problem is with some of these RPGs, it just makes zero difference if I look at the screen or not. It just makes zero difference, so I just never look at the screen for most of these RPGs that I play. It makes absolutely zero difference. I will say, like, Mega Man Battle Network, like, at least you're kind of looking at the screen there at the very least. I think it's still super boring, those games. What was the last good RPG I played? Like, I guess Fire Emblem Gaiden. I will say I do like Fire Emblem Gaiden for sure. It is slow, like, it's definitely a slow game, and I definitely went overboard with making sure my characters were strong, but it's kind of mainly because I really liked the game, especially the remake I really liked. So yeah, I mean, I guess Fire Emblem, like, at least I enjoy Fire Emblem. I don't really enjoy other RPGs random RPG. Like, what was a good random RPG I played? I will say, no, actually, I do like Demon Slayer Revelations and Last Bible 2. Those were good. You know, those games actually respect their time. They're very short games, actually. Especially the first game. Especially Demon Slayer Revelations. And really good music. Mainly, that's probably what elevates the game. Like, but also, it just doesn't have the annoying RPG stuff. It definitely has most of the annoying RPG stuff. I'm thinking this game's like a 3 or 4 so far. In the beginning, like the first day I was playing this, I'm like, oh, yeah, this might be a 5 because it's got some nice like details, like with its sort of cutscenes and dialogue. Like there's care put into that to make it a little more interesting than your standard cutscenes and dialogue, or just the fact that there are cutscenes for dialogues. I'm over it because this what you're saying here is 90% of the game. Right? Is this? This is like I just walked five steps, and this is what we're doing now. Again, once again. Like I'm tempted to put on a video in the background. Like I'm tempted to, like, maybe an hour in, I might just fucking opt to play this game in the background. So it just doesn't matter if you look at the screen in this game. And that's the thing I don't like about these games. You don't have to look at the screen ever, except during boss battles. That's the only part. Maybe I'm a hypocrite though. Well, I get to. Like, probably Xenoblade X, I wasn't looking at the screen that much, right? But I really liked Xenoblade X. I think music is, like, one of the biggest things that elevates RPGs. But also the battles are slow in this. They're really slow and limited. Like, Tsunade doesn't have magic. She doesn't have TP. What do I need to do here? I'm not going to waste my TP because there's such a high encounter rate. I'll just deplete it completely. Like, there's only one type of enemy that shows up most of the time. It's just the same enemies over and over. Man, like, what do people think it, like, hold up, can I watch a video on this game? Yeah, like, I'll watch this video, see what this guy has to say about this. Oh, he made it in honor of the composer. I normally don't do this.
Computer role-playing games were popularized in Japan in the early and mid-1980s due to groundbreaking Western PC titles like Wizardry and Ultima,
I have this guy.
as well as homegrown efforts from developers.
I'm subscribed to this guy. When did that happen? So yeah, so this guy just like makes his output is pretty low. Like he has low output for. Yeah, like he uploads maybe 10 original videos a year, but he covers, somehow he's made it work. He covers like really obscure stuff, like Seaman, the alternate Seaman games no one talks about. What? Anyway, we're gonna watch because this guy's actually a good channel.
Computer role-playing games were popularized in Japan in the early and mid-1980s due to groundbreaking Western PC titles like Wizardry and Ultima, as well as homegrown efforts from developers such as TNE Soft, Kogado, and Nihon Falcom. The RPG genre soon became firmly established as a part of the Japanese gaming landscape, but its popularity would absolutely explode in 1986 with the debut of NX's Dragon Quest for the Nintendo.
So what's interesting is the default settings of Game Boy has the fast forward on, and I had to turn it off every time basically, except for RPGs. I did eventually crack, and I just started playing these Game Boy RPGs on fast forward, because holy shit, like if I didn't do that, my lifespan was just gonna be completely depleted from these games. But you know, for the I feel like I should play at least one of these Ziria games. Ziria, probably is more like how you say it. Should probably play at least like this one on the standard speed to get a real taste of how it is like for real, right? But you know, I think the settings doesn't have fast forward. I've not seen, like, it's not on by default. I've not seen it anywhere. I don't know what to do. It's not like that important that I'm gonna actually turn it on if I just can't find it easily. But is there a fast forward? Like, I don't know why that was on Game Boy by default. Something just like the default emulator settings for Game Boy is trigger speeds it up, but now it's been replaced with the controller, like 6-pad controller is what the trigger button does. So yeah, RetroArch just does different stuff for. Yeah, I do have to put a disclaimer that I like do 2 times speed at some of these RPGs. That's why I had to put in my document, because it's like it's really not how the games are for real. It's just not. The most ambitious SNES RPG Far East of Eden Zero?
Family Computer. A truly trailblazing title, Dragon Quest's success led to a boom period for RPGs in Japan,
and this came
paving the way.
You know, I'm starting to understand why this is impressive, I guess. Why this is an important and like really popular game. This came out only a year after the first Dragon Quest. That's insane, actually. I can actually completely understand why this game is as popular as it is, because it's definitely better than the first Dragon Quest game. Is it though? I actually would probably rather play Dragon Quest. Oh, I'm just talking about critically. Probably is this game is better, but for me, I'm just gonna go with Dragon Quest because it respects my time more. It's a short game, though it's literally the same thing as this. It's just random encounters constantly thrown in your face, and that's how it is. But this was really 1987. Find that freaking. Oh no, it's 1989. That makes way more sense. I was thinking of the PC Engine release date. This game came out in 1989, so still makes sense why it's the way that it is. But I guess it's not as impressive now. Definitely not as impressive as I previously thought.
For Squaresoft's
How
Final
impressive
Fantasy,
it is doesn't
Sega's
actually
Phantasy
change
Star,
how,
and countless
like,
other
fun it
role-playing
is, though,
adventures
unfortunately.
domestically and abroad. The steadily increasing demand for more RPGs from consumers, as well as the rapidly advancing computer technology of the late 80s, would play its part in the creation of another innovative and important entry in the history of role-playing games.
全部が初めてのことなんで ゲームで声が出るとか、ちょっとアニメ的な映像が出るとか、ビジュアル系のロールプレイングとかいう初めてのことだらけなんで、誰もやったことないものをみんなでああでもないこうでもないっていう苦労して作り出したっていう初めての
Hold up. How good is the samurai sword? How good is the samurai sword? Samurai. Okay. Samurai sword. Is it better than what I have? I'm not sure it is. Is it better than what I have? How would you be able to tell? Hold up, how? Okay, so status. $50? Does it change? Oh shit, it's way lower. Okay, so I need to start doing that more. That shit sucks. Yeah, we gotta be doing that. Check Tsunade's status. 66 attack. Yeah, she's definitely strong. Wait, she's better all around. She doesn't have magic though. Look how much fucking experience we have now. Holy moly, man. How is she leveled up so much? She doesn't have less virtue. Oh no, she has what? Why does she get way more virtue than Ziria? The heck?
That game is Hudson Soft's 1989 Tengai Makyou Jiraiya for the PC Engine, and this is the story of the who, what,
Jiraiya,
when, where, why, and how of the world's first RPG on CD.
What am I doing? Like, I think the setting and stuff is pretty cool. That's what I was into like the first time I was playing this game. But now I'm like over it. Evil spider. Encounter boss, probably. An English patch is out now. Oh, this was before. Happy Console Gamer is a part of this video? Why? Huh.
The PC Engine hit Japanese store shelves on October 30th, 1987, the result of a partnership between Japanese electronics giant NEC and the
I'm really jealous that this guy has a piece of
game
real
developer
PC
Hudson
engine.
Soft. Early on, the new system impressed the Japanese public with the compact, eye-catching looks of both the console itself and its proprietary hue cards, the sleek credit card-sized ROM cartridges that housed its software. However, it's what's inside that really wowed consumers.
What
ROM
game is
cartridges that housed its software.
Oops. Let's go. Huh? Oh shit, 20 goes at this quality of the video goes super high. The oh, that's the Kung Fu? There's a Kung Fu Master game? The Kung Fu is what it's called. Oh! I mean, that's cool box art. Let's the Kung Fu. Chinese Warrior? China Warrior? I want to see the English box art. China Warrior. Oh god, that looks awful, dude. What the fuck? What? The US box art looks so bad. Why is Wikipedia asking me to download a thing? Yeah,
software.
Completely.
However, it's what's inside that really wowed consumers, as the PC Engine's 16-bit graphical processing units allowed its games to include larger sprites and more colorful graphics than what had been seen on Nintendo's Famicom, the established leader in the console gaming market in Japan and North America. NEC and Hudson's new home gaming platform was a hit, and despite failing in other markets, the PC Engine would hold on to a large share of the Japanese console space until the mid-1990s, playing second only to Nintendo. I can only see myself beating like 300 PC Engine games. I would be surprised, but it could be more, but I would really be surprised because, you know, I won't feel bad for dropping stuff in this library, to be honest. So for the next two gaming generations,
that was a mistake I did for Game Boys. I just kept playing really terrible games. Like I didn't drop them. And I don't even mean action games. I mostly mean the RPGs. I overdid it because very few of those RPGs were actually good. But because this game is so important, I will be trying to finish it. I did drop one of the first RPGs I played on this platform. Not appealing to me whatsoever, but I can tell it was a game made with a lot of care. It's also a Western game, but the PC Engine version is Japanese developed. I think that's why. I just like the presentation, mainly I like the music and all that stuff. I didn't like the gameplay at all, so that's why I just ditched it.
The PC Engine found success thanks to a library of unique and critically acclaimed games. However, that is only one component of why the console remained a strong competitor in Japan for its nearly 7-year run. Another key reason why the PC Engine did so well was the ongoing innovations made to the product. Years before the release of Sega's Mega Drive in 1988, and even longer before Nintendo made any announcements regarding an inevitable—
What the fuck? Why is there like a PC Engine? What's the PC Engine game you play as a card? Spriggan? Download PC Engine, what? It was wrong both times. I don't know a game that I also kind of don't say what game I'm showing sometimes in my videos, but most of the time I do make it clear what game it is. This guy is not showing me the title of this game. It's annoying.
And even longer before Nintendo made any announcements regarding an inevitable follow-up to the Famicom, NEC and Hudson started making plans for the PC Engine to evolve and stand out from the competition, present and future. The PC Engine's 8-bit CPU and HuCard medium were serviceable for the time, but the system's limitations would soon put it at a severe disadvantage against its more high-tech rivals. To level the playing field, the two companies went in a completely new and radical direction in the industry, deciding to invest in the development of an add-on to the existing PC Engine hardware that would allow it to play games on a format that had yet to be utilized for gaming: the optical compact disc. CDs were a relatively new invention, hitting the market in 1982 as a superior way to play recorded music when compared to cassette tapes and vinyl records. CD-ROM technology was introduced a couple of years later for use with personal computers, with the ability to store hundreds of times more data than floppy disks, tapes, and cartridges. NEC and Hudson Soft were determined to be the first to take advantage of this new medium for video games, working toward that goal as early as 1985, quite some time before the design for the standard PC Engine was even complete. The result of years of research and development was the CD-ROM system, which would attach a disk drive to the original PC Engine console through an attaché case-like interface unit, with the added ability of outputting video and audio through composite, a marked improvement over the original system's RF configuration. This peripheral add-on came out at the tail end of 1988 on December 4th, launching alongside two games: the virtual dating simulator Noriko, and a port of Capcom's original Street Fighter, renamed Fighting Street.
I wonder if I'm gonna finish Fighting Street because the Mexican runner even dropped that game. She actually dropped that game.
いただきます。
maybe should have kept that, but I think it's fine. What game is this? They're not telling me what games these are. Oh wait, now I know.
Both titles took advantage of the expanded audio capabilities of the compact disc format, but not much else. To really show the public how CD-ROMs could and would be the future of gaming, Hudson had to develop a game that could provide an experience that could only be achieved on CD and really show off the medium's capabilities. Fortunately, by the time the CD-ROM had launched, work was already underway on such a project, a role-playing game that aimed to be unlike anything that came out before it.
Finally here, once again.
By the time the PC Engine was created, Hudson Soft had already accumulated years of experience developing popular games in-house for various computer and home console platforms.
Is that really the building?
Most of these were simple action titles or platformers such as Adventure Island, but among them were more complicated projects like the 1987 platformers, various computer and home console platforms. Most of these were simple action titles or platformers such as Adventure Island, but among them were more...
To be fair, Adventure Island is way better than this game. Like, what do you... Like, come on, dude. Don't downplay Adventure Island. It's way better than this game.
Complicated projects like the 1987 hit Famicom RPG, Momotaro Densetsu.
Come on. Dude, it's not automatically more complicated just because it's an RPG, dude. But anyway, do I have that game on my, like... Yeah, so I do have that game on my list. Alright, that's good. Wait a minute. Yeah.
That's it. While the company had a staff of talented and reliable programmers and engineers, Hudson wanted to work with creative concepts that were beyond what they had done or were capable of, to design a game on an epic scale that felt similar to a popular anime in the 1980s. In order to accomplish that, Hudson brought in Tengai Hiroi, known as Hiroi Olji or Prince Hiroi, to lead such a project. While just starting out in the anime and gaming sphere at the time, Hiroi Olji would become a hugely influential multi-creator in Japan, starting up Red Company, known as Red Entertainment today, producing some of the most well-known franchises in the nation, perhaps most notably the multimedia and cultural phenomenon Sakura Taisen. The partnership between Mr. Hiroi and Hudson came about from the former's work as co-creator of the television anime Mashin Eiyu Den Wataru, known as Spirit Hero Wataru in international markets. Sometime before the show hit Japanese televisions in the April of 1988, he met with Hudson higher-ups hoping to get Wataru, known as Spirit Hero Wataru in international markets.
I played the PC Engine game.
Sometime before the show hit Japanese televisions in the April of 1988, he met with Hudson higher-ups hoping to gain a sponsor in the company. The meeting went well, with Hudson even agreeing to publish a PC Engine game based on the license, which will come out in the fall of 1988, released the following year in North America as Keep Courage in Alpha Zones, a pack-in title for the TurboGrafx 16. Aside from that, Mr. Hiroi was also offered to head up the development of a game, as Hudson was impressed by his contributions to Wataru, as well as the success he attained with Nekros no Yosai, or the Fortress of Neklos, a candy line that started in 1987, which included figurines and cards, allowing children to play a sort of fantasy role-playing game. Although he had never worked on a video game before, Mr. Hiroi had experience with gaming ideas and terminology from his previous projects, and was highly interested in the potential of games as a medium for storytelling. Hiroi Olji already had a vision for the game.
What did he have to do with that game? Hold up.
Aside from that, Mr. Hiroi was also offered to head up the development of a game, as Hudson was impressed by his America contributions to Wataru.
Wait, did he direct that game?
A pack-in title for the TurboGrafx 16. Aside from that, Mr. Hiroi was also...
If he directed that game, then that makes a lot of sense, because it does feel like someone that doesn't like play video games made that one.
Offered to head up the development of a game, as Hudson was impressed by Fortress, allowing children to play a sort. Mr. Hiroi had experience with gaming ideas and terminology from his previous projects, and was highly interested in the potential of games as a medium for storytelling. Hiroi Olji already had a vision for the game, based on an idea he originally intended for a live-action or animated movie in 1986. The story would be set in the Golden Land of Jipang, a fictional country based on Japan, but full of long-held misconceptions and stereotypes the outside world had about Japanese culture and history. The name Jipang itself is an example of this, as it's an old European word for Japan originating from 13th century Italian explorer Marco Polo's observations. The term Jipang, or its variation Zipangu, is...
Marco Polo made the... Okay, so he kind of started it. That's kind of interesting. Marco Polo's influence? Pretty fucking legendary. He lived to be 70 in the 1200s, which is it's crazy how that wasn't that long ago. But it was a long time ago at the same time. I think the 70s is really old then, jeez.
Is also most likely why the East Asian nation is called Japan around the world, since natives call their country Nihon or Nippon. Regarding the game itself, the overall concept would be a video game adaptation of the writings of an American-born scholar and researcher named Paul Hieronymus, country Nihon or Nippon. Regarding the game itself, the overall concept would be a video game adaptation of the writings of an American-born scholar and researcher named Paul Hieronymus Chada, more commonly known as P.H. Chada.
What did he do?
Utterly fascinated with ancient Japanese history and mythology, he penned a novel called Far East of Eden, Ziria, telling the fantastic tales and adventures from a country called Jipang, as seen through the eyes of a foreign missionary. If this all sounds pretty nonsensical, that's because it is, since there is no such person named P.H. Chada. Rather, Hiroi Oji worked with friend and Red Company co-founder Hiroshi Adachi to develop the story, characters, settings, and scenarios for his ideas. It's most likely that the moniker P.H. Chada was decided on as a combination of the two writers' names, P.H. standing for Prince Hiroi, and Chada being similar to Adachi spelled backwards. With story writing duties set, Red Company needed one more key member of the creative team before they could really get to work on their new game project. Someone who could bring the people, landscapes, and history of Japan to life visually in a unique and appealing way. And in 1987, by fate or by mere coincidence, they found him. They found him. 1987, history of Japan to life visually in a unique and appealing way. And in 1987, by fate or by mere coincidence, they found him.
So the game's development kind of began in 1987, so I was kind of not far off.
役割なんですけど、キャラクターデザインと作品全体のコンセプト、目に映るものをどういう形にするかみたいなコンセプトデザインをやっておりました。
At the time, Mr. Tsujino was an animator at Telecom Animation Film, a subsidiary of the famous anime studio.
Hold up, I should definitely get some of these if I don't have it. Let's see, so you already have Battle Axe, Warrior Armor, Leather Helmet. So let's get, what, is that sword better than what I have? Sword? I can... Oh wait, let's see what else he has. Boom. Warrior armor, leather helmet, rope sandals. So we get the helmet upgrade. See if it's better. Boom, 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 boom. Status. It is better. Well, let's check for sure because he leveled up also. Yeah, slightly better, so. Gonna have to do that. I just accidentally didn't equip anything. So, I feel like I want to raise the text speed. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to raise the speed of this stuff. I should really be doing that, honestly. Kind of silly I didn't do that. It's been a while. Mode. Drag is on netplay. I miss I can probably find some on netplay later though. What was I doing? Oh right. This. Diagonal. Hold up. Hold up. Diagonal walk type. Turbo. Text skip. Oh shit. I don't need to skip. Turn on. What is diagonal? Diagonal? Walk type? Dude, what does that make sense? Text skip, huh? I wonder if that'll make the battles faster. Oh, what the fuck? You can do that? It's really clunky. Mode, walk type, diagonal, text speed, turbo, text skip, on. Where's the diagonal walking? That's not a thing. That's not a thing. What does it mean? I'm really confused by this, to be honest. Very confused by all that. Alright, we go in here. That was weird.
Tokyo Movie Shinsha, where he mainly worked on foreign commissions such as Disney's DuckTales. Dissatisfied with the style and content of their current work, he and a few co-workers came together to propose an animation project they'd find more satisfaction with. A fantasy anime.
Okay, so we actually made it faster. That's good. Slightly faster. It's whatever though.
Set in Japan. While they lobbied to get this project approved, another colleague happened to have a meeting with Hudson Soft around that time to explore opportunities to work on projects together, taking some of Mr. Tsujino's sketches for the proposal with him. It just so happened that Hiroi Oji was also at those talks.
そこで僕たちが作ってたアニメ映画の作品の絵と出会って、今回ハドソンで作る CD-ROM のゲームにこのキャラ使おうぜみたいな話になっちゃって、それで巻き込まれたという形ですね。企画書に書いた主人公なんですけど、まあいろんな絵あるんですけどね。バラバラと。この主人公の絵を広井王子がちょっと気に入って、これを、今回の天外魔境の主人公であるジライアにしたいと。
Mr. Hiroi gave the young artist the nickname Torajiro, and together with Mr. Adachi, the three of them continued on with the creative planning for Tengai Makyou Jiraiya. Two ideas based on Japanese fantasy originally intended for animation projects came together and would now serve to create what would arguably be Hudson's biggest game to date. Mr. Hiroi's ideas were grand, and he worried about whether or not they could all be included in a video game. By the time Mr. Tsujino was brought on board, the decision to put the game on CD had already been made. Reassured by Hudson Soft that the new technology would allow all their ideas to be realized, the creative team at Red Company started putting together the game as they saw fit, without having to worry much about limitations.
広い王子に言われたのは、映画を作ろうと。ゲームというメディアだけど、それで
Even though we're making a game, let's make it a movie is what it said there. I don't want my games to be movies, so maybe that's why I don't like this.
新しいゲームの、形を、これで作ろうではないかみたいなことを言われまして、映画を作るつもりで、参加しました。
However, despite having the extensive space of a compact disc, they ran into many technical problems in making their vision a video game reality due to various memory limitations of the new hardware, as well as most of the programming team having to learn the ins and outs of CD-ROM technology as they moved along with the project. Some of the major players of Hudson's development staff included company veteran Shinichi Nakamoto, who served as producer, and Satoshi Mikami and Kenji Kikuchi filling in as the game's main
That's crazy that they have footage
programming
of that, though. They
video
have
game
actual
the space
footage
of a
somehow
つもり
of
で、
the
参
development.
加しました。
However, despite having the extensive space of a compact disc, they ran into many technical problems in making their vision a video game reality due to various memory limitations of the new hardware, as well as most of the programming team having to learn the ins and outs of CD-ROM technology
Pixel art making software looks really cool.
as they moved along with the project. Some of the major players of Hudson's development staff included company veteran Shinichi Nakamoto,
Looks
who
really
served as
slow at the
producer,
same time.
and Satoshi Mikami and Kenji Kikuchi filling in as the game's main programmers. Mr. Nakamoto, who is considered the father of Bomberman and would have a storied career at Hudson in the years to come, was also general manager of technology and worked closely with the engineers developing the CD-ROM attachment. Mr. Mikami and Mr. Kikuchi were both established and capable employees who would also be heavily involved with the company moving forward. Still images and video of the game would be shown to the public as early as 1987 to build up hype for the game and the CD-ROM system, showing theoretically what the new technology could achieve in gaming. A lot of what was presented, however, would change significantly over the game's development cycle. Prototype footage showed an action-oriented role-playing battle system, and character models in towns and exploration sections looked closer to Mr. Tsujino's battle system for the game's development cycle. Prototype footage showed an action-oriented role-playing battle system.
That looks way more interesting, but it probably is like... It's probably boring, so they got rid of it, and also it probably makes the battles longer, but...
and character models in towns...
Now, I'll always take an action RPG over, this.
and exploration sections looked closer to Mr. Tsujino's artwork than what would be used in the final game. The super deformed style that was the note to Mr. Tsujino's artwork than what would be used. Character models in towns and exploration sections looked closer to Mr. Tsujino's artwork than what would be used in the final game. The super deformed style that was the norm for most RPGs in the 80s and 90s. Red Company and Hudson's initial ambitions for Tengai Makyou had to be scaled back quite a bit during production, and the game system would be overhauled several times. Mr. Tsujino recalls a few things they had tried to include in the game.
So they just they were coming over with this action RPG combat, and then they scrapped it and probably just made the most standard RPG combat imaginable, and that explains it. That will explain it, actually. That's what we're dealing with here. It's the most standard RPG combat I've played in a... Well, probably since... No, Final Fantasy is more interesting on definitely Final Fantasy 3 is more interesting than this, but I don't know about the first one. It's like the same kind of, it's still more interesting actually, because you got the classes to pick and different squads that can be wildly different from one another. Yeah, that's even more interesting than this by a lot.
ちょっとした人も全員別々の顔がある。そして敵が出てきた時はモーションをしてアニメーションで戦うという風なことで始めて、絵も描いたんですけどね。
Done my Apple Watch. I haven't seen it in a while. See if I can find it. Hmm. Anyway.
結局うまくいかなかったっていうのがありますけど。
Aside from the technical issues, the lack of experience Red Company had in creating scenarios in an RPG also became a roadblock to progress. Hidoi Oji reached out to someone at Hudson Soft with experience in the role-playing genre, creator of Momotaro Densetsu, Mr. Akira Sakuma.
Wait,
The two
those
were
have to
actually
be
friends who
really
had
similar.
attended the same
This and that
university,
game
so
has
it
to
was
be
an easy
super
call for
similar.
both to work together. Eventually, Mr. Sakuma would bring university, so it was an easy call for both to work together. Eventually, Mr. Sakuma would bring in another person to essentially save the project, a rookie who had assisted him with Momotaro
These
Densetsu.
old RPGs are
足
so
立さ
boring.
んなんかと一緒
I
に
don't think
作
new
って
RPGs are very funny either. I think they're also pretty boring, but these are
ゲ
like
ームとしての形にはなったんですけど、
they're a
こ
little
の
more primitive, I
形では
suppose.
ゲームとして売れないというか、これじゃダメだというふうな
I like
と
seeing
しての
this.
形にはなったんですけど、このゲームとしての形にはなったんですけど、この形ではゲームとして売れないというか、これじゃダメだというふうなことを言われまして、新たに増田昌司氏、天外魔境2。
Man, I want to see like the fucking footage that he's been. Dude, I want to see the fucking footage of this. Where is he getting the footage? What? Like what? He's like, he has so much development footage. What is this? Ziria Premium Edition? Is this on PC Engine? Where is that? Xbox? Xbox 360? What the fuck? What? It's actually a remake on Xbox 360? What this? What the fuck? The fuck? Oh my god! First of all, it looks really unappealing. What the fuck? I didn't. Was this guy always this tall? I didn't know he was supposed to be this tall the whole time. Man, what the heck? I didn't know about all this. Anyway. Oh wait, I just closed it. No, that's alright video.
の監督をした増田さんという方が呼び出す。
Hold up, I've seen that name before. I've seen that exact name somehow. Why is that? He didn't do anything on Game Boy? That's unusual that I would be able to recognize a name. Like, what have I played from him? I don't know. Metal Max? I have so many Star Wars games. It's kind of nuts, actually. Unfortunately, these Star Wars games that I have on Steam are all Western games. Like, I have a ton of Star Wars games on Steam, but they're Western games, so you already know that they're bad. And, like, I'm interested in playing the family. Oh, what the f... Dude, I have too many Star Wars games. It looks bleak. It looks bleak. Shit, man. It looks so bleak on my Steam list. But yeah, like, oh wait, I just realized that the Super Star Wars games Western games? Super Star Wars? Are those Western games the whole time? Oh, I should have known that. See, I don't know if those are good. Like, I'm interested in the Famicom Star Wars games, but only one might actually be Japanese developed.
わかりやすく売れる形のゲームとして、作り直してほしいという形でいろいろ手直しされたんですね。
Though his name does not appear in the game's end credits, Shoji Masuda was tasked with drastically reworking much of the game near the final stages of development, including many of the game's scenarios and its battle system. Mr. Masuda wasn't actually a Hudson employee at the time, but was instead working for an advertising agency in charge of marketing Tengai Makyou Jiraiya, which explains his absence in the game's staff role. After his work on this title, he would be officially hired by Hudson for a time, though he would forge his own unique path in the industry with RPGs like Linda Cube. As a CD-based game, a lot of expectations were placed on the audio capabilities of Tengai Makyou Jiraiya. For the voice acting cast, Mr. Hiroi chose talent who were already known in the animation field. These included veterans Kaneto Shiozawa and Takeshi Aono, as well as relative newcomers Hiroko Emori and Mitsuo Iwata. Iwata being most well known at this point for portraying main character Kaneda in the 1988 film Akira. For the game's music, Hiroi enlisted Ryuichi Sakamoto to compose part of the soundtrack. Mr. Sakamoto was a big name in the music world at the time, not just in Japan for his pioneering work in electronic music, but internationally as a respected composer for films, winning the British Academy of Film and Television Arts Award for Best Original Music in 1982 for the soundtrack of Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, as well as the 1988 American Academy Award for Best Original Score for his work on The Last Emperor, which won multiple awards that year, including Best Picture and Best Director. The selection of notable names for voice acting and music was by design, of course, not only to add to the quality of the game, but to leave an impression in the minds of magazine readers by giving them a clearer idea of how the game would sound. Of magazine readers by not only to add to the quality of the game, but to leave an impression in the minds of magazine readers by giving them a clearer idea of how the game would sound.
So they were hyping up the game by having this guy perform? Dude. It's weird that I guess they really were trying to make, and you can tell just by
after many months of hard.
They were really trying to make the next Dragon Quest. And that makes sense, because this is like the new console. It didn't have an RPG. Well, it didn't have an RPG on the CD-ROM at least, and might have some other RPGs before this, but I guess it seems like they were really trying to make the new Dragon Quest, and I mean, they were pretty successful. This game series has a lot of games and lasts for a long time. Hold up, is... Then should I go... Damn, it's Taito?
Hard work, dedication, and a fair share of trial and tribulation, Tengai Makyou Jiraiya was finally complete and ready to ship. The world's first role-playing adventure on CD-ROM was published on June 30th, 1989. The world's first role-playing adventure on CD...
This guy is mad weird. He's just fucking holding the game and filming in real life.
ROM was published on June 30th, 1989 for the manufacturer's suggested retail price of 7,200 yen plus tax.
Bro, what the fuck? Hold up. I'm gonna go to Nintendo Japan's website, see what prices the games are, see what price Donkey Kong Bonanza is in Japan. This game was expensive as fuck when it came out. It really was. What the fuck, dude? Just tell me the price. Oh man, I guess it's about the same as Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's about the same price. There's more expensive RPGs definitely back then.
The game was pressed on one disc held in a double CD jewel case. The cover featuring... The game was pressed on one disc held in a double CD jewel case. The cover featuring an arrangement of kanji characters and symbols drawn by Mr. Tsujino. The package continued a tradition of role-playing games, particularly those on personal computers, by including a lot of extra information and a few bonus items. Rather than showing images and providing descriptions of the game, the reverse side cover is actually a prism sticker of the game's 3 protagonists. Inside there are more stickers representing paper seals used in the game's story, with a note claiming that adhering them to the CD-ROM system will improve gameplay. The main reason Jiraiya comes in a double case is its 72-page instruction manual, which includes a mini-manga that sets up the story, colorful artwork and images, as well as info on just about everything the game has to offer. Perhaps the most interesting part of the booklet is the Making of Jiraiya section at the end, which introduces many of the key development staff from Red Company and Hudson, putting a spotlight on both the creative and technical sides of production.
So he's just like...
The name Tengai Makyou was most likely derived as a play on a series of Japanese literary works called Jingai Makyou, with Far East of Eden similarly taken from the classic Western novel East of Eden. Tengai Makyou can be translated to English as The Realm of Devils Far from Heaven, and the backstory of the game provides a hint as to why that title was chosen. The country of Jipang was blessed with abundant nature, prosperity, and peace, but that suddenly came to an end when the demon lord Masakado ravaged the land and threatened to bring Jipang into an age of darkness. When it seemed none could withstand his destructive ambitions, a band of brave warriors stood up to him, fighting a war that lasted 100 days. These were the proud members of the Fire Clan, who became the saviors of Jipang when they defeated the Dark Lord, sealing away his corrupt soul, restoring peace to their nation. Fast forward 1,000 years, sometime in the 1700s and somewhere in the Bando region of Jipang. The country has thrived for centuries since the Great War, but if history teaches anything, good times never last forever, and recently a mysterious cult calling themselves the Daimyo has spread across Jipang from lands abroad, attracting both noblemen and commoner alike with their teachings. This religious movement is a front for a much darker scheme, which is to resurrect Masakado so he may lay siege to Jipang once again. A young descendant of the Fire Clan, Jiraiya, learns of this history and current situation from the leader of his tribe, the Toad Hermit, and is sent out on a journey to unite with 2 other descendants of the Fire Clan, recover the 3 holy orbs used by their ancestors to seal away Masakado, and put an end to the ambitions of the Daimon cult.
オイラにマサカドってやつが倒せるのか？
おそらく無理じゃろ。
だったら
That's
なんで
definitely
オイラは
Roshi.
今まで修行してきたんだよ。
お前一人では無理だというこ
Very
とじゃ。
famous people to
しか
voice
し
act.
お前と同じ定めを持った者があと2人おる。この2人と力を合わせれば正門の復活を阻止することができるじゃろ。
冗談じゃねえよ。マサカドなんてやつオイラ一人で十分だよ。
ならば行ってこい。しかし火の一族2人と力を合わせねば正門には立ち向かえぬぞ。
The player then takes control of Jiraiya as he embarks on his quest. Mr. Tsujino describes the young hero.
炎のように熱い熱血感っていう感じですね。
True to those words full of gust and gusto, Jiraiya feels like he can complete this quest on his own. The Bando region is a huge area split up into 9 provinces, each of which contain villages, castles, dungeons, and other explorable locales. Bando is Japan's equivalent.
Say that again, say that again.
The Bando region is a huge area split up into 9 provinces, each of which contain villages, castles, dungeons, and other explorable locales. Bando is Japan's equivalent to Japan's Kanto, which includes the capital city, Tokyo. An interesting thing about the shape of Japan is that it's based on the oldest map ever constructed of Japan.
That's cool. Thunder Orb, what does that do? Thunderclap, that's cool. Thunder Orb, can't find what that. Thunder Sphere destroys Daimon statue. Can I get rid of it? Who is that? Anyway, I guess we'll fight this guy.
West. The shape of Japan is that it's based on the oldest map ever constructed of Japan in the West. The shape of Japan is that it's based on the oldest map ever constructed of Japan.
There's really just a bunch of random names on this map. No, some of them might be real names.
Japan in the West. Gameplay and game progression in Tengai Makyou Jiraiya is remarkably similar to other RPGs of the era.
Damn, no way, dude. No way.
For example, players can select from a menu of different commands to interact with the environment,
It really
which
is
allows them to do things like inspect
Dragon-
items or speak with
Dragon,
NPCs. Some villages will have animated portraits that play as they speak, but these instances are few and far between outside of story-relevant characters. Danger lurks in many of the fields, forests, and caves that surround civilization, and battles take place randomly in unsafe areas. Battle mode gives the player a first-person perspective of the action, and mostly allows for the typical set of options found in role-playing games, such as attack, defend, and flee. However, Jiraiya can also steal from his foes, something that wasn't so common back then, and this option is even used in a clever way at one point to defeat a gold-hoarding boss character. While there is some movement in battles, unfortunately most enemies are just static sprites, with animations reserved for boss characters and a handful of common monsters. The encounter rate is fairly high, and battles can drag out a little due to the slow scrolling text, but the
Why am I fighting him again? What? So recommend level at the end of the game is 62. Holy fuck, this game is long. Holy fuck, this game is huge. Damn.
The ability to put the battle on auto helps ease these problems due to the slow common monsters. The encounter rate is fairly high, and battles can drag out a little due to the slow scrolling text, but the ability to put the battle on auto helps ease these problems somewhat.
Auto? Where's the auto? Oh fuck, you press select? Dude, I didn't know that. Holy shit, the game actually plays by itself. If you press select? I didn't know that, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. Can I talk to him again? Oh, I have to use a Thunder Sphere? I didn't realize that. Excuse me? It's over. You can, if you want, you can level up on the donjos before destroying the statue. That didn't seem that fast. That was like 1,000 experience per battle. Which is not a lot. I mean, how many battles to level up? It would be like 15.
The player must always ensure HP levels are high, because if Jiraiya or any one of his companions fall in the fight, they are returned to the location of the last save and lose half of their money. After a battle is won, experience and ryo, the currency used in Jipang, are gained. Experience is of course necessary to level up and become stronger, and ryo can be spent in town for items and equipment, or at places like the inn or gambling house.
Is he gonna sacrifice himself? Damn, we lost one of our party members, quote unquote, because we don't actually get to control him. That sucks. We're actually weaker now because he sacrifices himself. Don't do it. Dude, come on.
Fighting monsters in town for items and equipment, or at places like the inn or gambling house. Fighting monsters isn't the only way to level up, since completing major events and side quests also rewards the player with a sizable amount of bonus experience. Jiraiya has a long and perilous journey ahead, and he runs into trouble only a few steps in, as he is deceived by a tanuki trickster posing as a descendant of the Fire Clan who looks almost identical to the young hero. In the end, the incident works out in Jiraiya's favor, but it helps him realize that this mission won't be quite so simple and easy, and he will need real friends if he hopes to survive. Thankfully, he won't be completely alone for long, and he runs into one of the toads of his tribe named Kogama, or Small Toad, who offers to accompany Jiraiya. This little guy randomly attacks during battles, and can also warp the party to one of the many small settlements overseen by a large man named Kumogiri, a boss of a band of thieves and a friend of the Toad Hermit and the Fire Clan. It's fortunate Kogama found Jiraiya when he did, because it wouldn't be long until one of the 13 leaders of the Daimon cult, Holmon, reveals himself to the hero. Though he seems like a normal, if not nefarious man at first, like most of his fellow Daimon generals, he uses that form to conceal his true, monstrous identity. It turns out that the Daimon cult has been kidnapping its adherents and other people throughout the country, submitting their captives to gruesome torture and stealing their souls for the resurrection of Masakado. They perform this task without mercy nor remorse, their dedication unwavering to their cause and its founder, Jashinsai.
そもそもは、邪神祭というね、人物が、世界中回って魔術なり何なりを極めたいとやって中東の
I think he actually went to this guy to interview him, I just realized.
方へ行って悪魔なり何なりそういうのと出会って魔術を得るんですけど、そこで見入られるんですね。バールダイモンという。でもって彼を引き連れて、ジパングを、
Where's the Famitsu score? PC Engine Fan Magazine. Dude, there's no, Oh, that makes so much sense that an American company was doing the remake. That looked like really bad. It's weird. Last match. What the hell? Such weird, like, remakes that they've done. What the fuck? Not sure why anyone would play those remakes.
当時のジパングというのは昔いた鬼なり妖怪なりそういう人たちがいたジパングではないジパングになってて、後から入ってきた人間が支配している世界だったんですよね。そこを昔のようにそういう昔にいたジパングにいた人たちの世界にしようとバールダイモンの力を使って、そして日本を転覆して自分たちの世界にしてやるぞというような人たちですね。
Diamond Church. Castle Taga. What is that? Where's Castle Taga? Turn to Castle Taga? As if I know what that is. Oh wait, hold up. Taga. City of Taga. Okay, so we need to find City of Targa. I don't know which one that is, to be honest. Oh, it's a little ways away, I guess.
甘く見たわ。だが13人衆の残りが必ずお前を倒す。必ずな。
The fight that ensues with Goemon pushes Jiraiya to his limits. However, he emerges victorious. Shortly after the clash, he meets up with a young girl whom he was destined to unite with, a fellow descendant of the Fire Clan.
お日様のようにニコニコ明るくて、でもまあちょっと太陽が曇る時もあっておセンチになるかなという可愛いほっとけないやんちゃな女の子みたいな感じですね。
Tsunade's strength and skill with an axe are a welcome addition to the party, but her great physical power is offset by her inability to use magic, as she is unable to read the scrolls necessary to cast spells. She cannot steal like Jiraiya, and instead has a special command where she pretends to cry in order to invoke panic in a foe, though that never seems to actually happen. She hails from the Slug tribe, whereas Jiraiya is part of the Toad tribe. Only one more member of the Fire Clan must be found, Orochimaru from the Snake tribe. While searching for this third Fire Clan descendant, the heroes will cross paths with a variety of people, making new friends and allies on the way. Many of them will aid the heroes in some way in order to overcome the many obstacles the Daimon cult has placed on the path forward. Swordmasters invite Jiraiya to face them in combat, where they pass on their unique sword techniques. All throughout the land, gods in the form of white spirit animals have been trapped and sealed away by the cult, and when freed, award Jiraiya with a useful item, often a scroll that allows him to cast a magic spell. The king of the ogres, Akuro, joins the fight for a short while to reclaim his kidnapped son from one of the cult's commanders. One of the more eccentric people in Japan that the party will rendezvous with from time to time is Hotei Maru, an odd but kind and knowledgeable foreign missionary whose appearance and way of speaking are very much out of place in Japan. He proves to be a valuable friend time and time again, and it's this man whose observations are chronicled in the imaginary novel Far East of Eden. When Jiraiya and Tsunade finally meet the elusive Orochimaru, he is disguised as a beautiful woman and reveals himself only after they recover the elusive Orochimaru. He is disguised as a beautiful woman and reveals himself only after they recover the sacred orb of the Snake tribe. But rather than join the other Fire Clan descendants right then and there, he denies his destiny and runs off. His reluctance is due to the loyalty and obligations he has to the man who raised him, the great shogun of Edo, who has been seduced into joining the Daimon cult.
Orochimaru はやっぱりクール
To the loyalty and obligation, he denies his destiny and runs off. His reluctance is due to the loyalty and obligations he has to the man who raised him, the great shogun of Edo, who has been seduced into joining the Daimon cult.
オロチマルはやっぱりクールなんだけど内面にいろいろ悩みを抱えているような複雑なキャラクターかなという。
The two must continue on without the shogun's ninja, who asks to be given time to consider the path he will take. During this time, Orochimaru
内面にいろいろ悩みはやっぱりクールな
asks to be given time to consider the path he will take. During this time, Orochimaru does keep an eye on the heroes and even provides help along the way. While continuing on their mission, one of the cult leaders Jiraiya and Tsunade encounter is a foolish ape with a proclivity for women and wine named Manto, who would become a recurring antagonist in the Tengai Makyou games to come, responsible for some of the more memorable scenes in later entries. Finally, in their hour of need, Orochimaru accepts his fate and makes the decision to join his fellow Fire Clan descendants, helping them acquire the Slug Orb. His weapon of choice is a bow, and he has access to a range of useful attack and support magic, as well as a special command where he gives a sidelong glance, which has a very slim chance of taking out an enemy for good. With the descendants now united and holding 2 of the 3 Fire Clan orbs, the time has come to recover the final orb and end the Daimon cult's campaign of terror. The trio makes for an extremely effective team, and just as things are looking up with their goals seemingly within reach, everything takes a turn for the worse. Tsunade and Orochimaru are captured, leaving Jiraiya to continue on his own to save them. A priest named Namagusa offers to assist the young man, but even then, the power of the Daimon proves too overwhelming, and the young Toad Tribe warrior finds himself at his lowest point in the journey. Stripped of his possessions, including the sacred orbs, he is taken to Gokumonto, the island of Hell's Gate, tossed into its damp and dingy dungeons. Despite losing many of its leaders,
We're in Taga Castle now. Oh, it survived. Let's see how good it is. Iron helmet, and now let's do that one. Okay.
Cult has not been as weakened as one might think, as the dungeon is quite populated with prisoners, some of whom are Jiraya's friends and allies, locked away to be harvested for Masakado's revival. He soon reunites with Tsunade, as well as the missionary Hotemaru, who informs them that he was forced to help the enemy construct a mighty army of mechanical giant soldiers due to his knowledge of engineering. These soldiers guard the island and pose too great of a threat for any mortal to stand up against, especially those who are unarmed like Jiraiya and his imprisoned friends, making escape impossible. However, the odd foreigner is secretly harboring something these menacing machines are no match for: a clay robo. This tiny ornament is actually a sacred guardian created by the gods that can grow larger and wield immense power, enough to destroy the machine soldiers with ease. Thanks to this clay robo, the three heroes are eventually able to escape the island. But the robot doesn't make the journey, as its one weakness is water, and it tragically dissolves in the ocean. Their resolve strengthened from the second chance, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru make their way to the province of Musashi, home of the capital city of Edo, to put an end to the Daimon cult and their evil plans to destroy Japan once and for all, or die trying. The entirety of Tengai Makyou Jiraiya will most likely take over 30 hours or so to complete on a first attempt. Exploration of the large game area and fully voiced story segments account for a good chunk of that. However, players can expect to grind for levels at several points in the game. While not one of the more difficult early RPGs, it certainly presents a
Oh, bro, the RPG is so hard because it's wasting my life. You have to waste your life to make your character strong, so it's a hard game.
Challenge with its battles, as well as figuring out how to overcome a few
it's not the most grindy RPG in the world, so it's not the hard. That's basically what he's saying. Is like it's not the grindiest RPG, so it's not that hard. And like that's such a sad way to view games is considering the grind. But I do know like Heracles on Game Boy was fucking absurd. It's one of the most grindy games I've ever played. So hard to get strong in that game. Like, holy fuck. Oh man, I absolutely hated that game. I can't believe it was translated. Who's this? Oh, this is Orochimaru.
of its more clever or ambiguous scenarios. The music is catchy and memorable, but tracks are typically on the short side and repeat often. Ryuichi Sakamoto.
Hold up, it's a white snake just like Orochimaru? What the fuck? Interesting. I need to read more on the Orochimaru lore. Like, if you Google Orochimaru, you know, Naruto is the first thing that comes up. But yeah, he's a white snake. That's what's going on here. Oh no. Hold up. On Wikipedia it says, in the Naruto, Orochimaru is portrayed to be the legendary ninja with the power of the snakes. Citation needed. It is weird wording, but also they're really like they need citation for that. What the fuck is going on?
Only composed a total of 3 songs for the game, which are its only fully orchestrated pieces. The story is quite
Snake Hermit Cave? Snake Hermit Cave.
serious with many touching moments, but there is also a lot of humor sprinkled in throughout, which was uncommon for RPGs at the time. What was also uncommon was basing an RPG on Japanese myths and history, since most games in the genre were inspired and centered around medieval Western concepts and themes, including those made by Japanese developers. An old Japanese tale that Tengai Makyou draws a lot of inspiration from in particular is the legend of Ziria, where the toad, slug, and snake motifs, as well as the 3 main characters' names, are derived. The classic tale of Ziria has been adapted into movies and influenced all sorts of Japanese media, especially anime and video games. Regarding his decisions for Tengai Makyou's themes, Hiroi Oji explains the idea process in a 1992 Super Famicom magazine article.
If you investigate Japan's ancient religions, you'll find there are many things still shrouded in mystery there. It got me thinking, what if, long ago, there was some event or something that erased all that history? There's a dynamism.
Why'd they get Happy Console Gamer to voice this? It's so fucking random. It's completely pointless. Why? Super random.
To the flow of history. Tengai Makyou was my way of trying to express that as entertainment. I know those deeper aspects of the game are easily obscured, but the humor also acts like the sugarcoating of a pill, a way to make the truths go down easier. It's also something for adults to enjoy too.
Oh, beat him. Musashi Slash? Answer yes. Is that what I did? I was on auto mode, so I skipped everything. It's really funny that you can do that. It's like if you did that, you would literally not know what was said at all. Back in the day, if you're just playing on auto, you're literally missing out on everything just by trying to make the game faster. East it is.
Tengai Makyou Ziria was promoted heavily before and after its release, presented as a showcase title for the PC Engine CD-ROM system. The big names attached to the product, the excitement of what new technology could bring to the gaming experience, and the promise of a huge adventure unlike anything else all made the game a financial success. However, the final revision of the game would end up very different from what was shown in many previews, due to the issues mentioned earlier. A lot of the more ambitious features and ideas would ultimately be left on the cutting room floor.
スムーズにゲームが動くようにするためにメモリを軽くしなきゃいけないとか、締め切りがあってその期間内にまとめなきゃいけないっていうので、かなりカットされてますね、ジライアは。小説では足立さんが、その辺を書いてると。
Such cut content can be found in a collection of fully voiced and animated scenes that play after enough time is spent idling on the game's start screen.
What? Oh no, I actually saw that.
Such cut content can be found in a collection of fully voiced and animated scenes that play after enough time is spent idling on the game's start screen. The novelization mentioned would be published at the end of 1989 through late 1990 in 3 parts by Kadokawa, which includes some fantastic new artwork from Mr. Tsujino and credits to P.H. Chada's supposedly original work from 1982. The story presented in these novels is much more complex than that of the games, to the point where it's essentially a completely different take on the tale. While it was disappointing that the original vision of the teams at Red Company and Hudson Soft had to be altered and watered down significantly, Tengai Makyou Jiraiya was also a critical success, garnering positive reviews in Japanese gaming Tengai Makyou Jiraiya.
Hold up. This guy has a Famitsu score? Maybe?
Yeah,
he does. He has a Famitsu score. But it's not on Wikipedia. He has it right here.
Also a critical success.
It looks like it was a 5886. Oh no, it was a 7887. Yeah, that's pretty good. If I had a Wikipedia account, I would put that. Like that's good scores for back in the day. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, so I got a 30 out of 40. 30 out of 40 is really good for back then, actually.
Garnering positive reviews in Japanese gaming publications at the time. Though gameplay and the look of overworld and battle sections didn't stand out much from what was currently on the market, the voice acting, animation, refreshing art and story themes, along with its likable cast of characters, would leave a lasting impression. In addition to the novels, an adventure book based on the game was also published in 1989, something common for popular video games in the 80s and 90s. And in July of 1990, 1 year after the game's release, a 2-part VHS OVA, or original video animation, hit store shelves in Japan, fulfilling Hiroi Oji and Yoshiteru Tsujino's original desires for their ideas to be realized as animated movies. Produced by Kadokawa, Takara, and Tokyo Movie Shinsha, each volume has a runtime of 50 minutes, and while the characters are the same found realized as animated movies.
I always put stuff on my plan to watch. I never actually end up watching anything. I watch one anime episode a day. It's actually too bad. But I'm enjoying the Cell Saga right now. I think the Cell Saga is the best part of Dragon Ball. I think it's been the best part of the whole thing so far.
Produced by Kadokawa, Takara, and
But because Dragon Ball's so long and yeah, it's like it's the only anime I'd be watching for a long time if I watched only at a pace of 1 episode a day. So
Tokyo Movie Shinsha. Each volume has a runtime of 50 minutes, and while the characters are the same found in the PC Engine title, with the principal cast's voice actors reprising their roles, the animation story is only loosely based on the source material. Tengai Makyou Jiraiya would be ported to a variety of different platforms over the years, the first being for the CD-ROM successor, the PC Engine Super CD-ROM system. Roles. The animation story is only loosely based on the source material. Tengai Makyou Jiraiya would be ported to a variety of different platforms over the years, the first being for the CD-ROM successor, the PC Engine Super CD-ROM system that debuted. In 1992, successor to a variety of different platform source material. Tengai Makyou Jiraiya would be ported to a variety of different platforms over the years, the first being for the CD-ROM successor, the PC Engine Super CD-ROM system that debuted in 1992. This was a not-for-sale promotional item that was given away in limited numbers to customers of the PC Engine Duo system and is identical in content to the standard CD-ROM release. The original game would also be included in a PSP release compiling all of the PC Engine's retail Tengai Makyou games in 2008, and available for download on the PlayStation Network in 2010. An enhanced edition of the game with updated graphics and sounds, minus voice acting, was published for several Japanese cell phone carriers in the mid-2000s, but the most substantial re-release of them all is the 2006 3D remake for the Xbox 360, titled Tengai Makyou Jiraiya, Haruka Naru Jipan, or The Distant Jipan. It deviates from the original greatly, as its story is more in line with Red Company's original vision for the game, similar to the novels. Opinions on this reimagining are divided among fans. However, it's one of the more difficult to find titles on the 360, commanding rather high prices on the second-hand market. Like the other releases mentioned, this game remained Japan exclusive. However, Western publisher Gaijin Works started on an English localization that was ultimately scrapped due to a number of factors, including Microsoft's strict publishing policies. The 360 version of Jiraiya would also see its own mobile port in 2010, presented in a style that resembles the original game. The production of Tengai Makyou Jiraiya was a roller coaster of emotions and hard work for the staff at Red Company and Hudson Soft, but in the end their efforts resulted in a product they could all be proud of. Mr. Tsujino takes us back to his feelings at the time.
いろいろね、紆余曲折と言いますか、何度かね、完成しては違うバージョンにした方がいいんじゃないかって言ってまた作り直して完成して、それでもまだダメで、増田昌司さんが、いろいろいじくって完成したという作品なんでね、ちょっと複雑な思いもありますけど、でも自分たちで苦労してやったものが、製品として世に出たっていうのがね、非常に嬉しかったですね。で、あと雑誌なんかにもいろいろね、登場して自分の絵なんかも出て、非常に嬉しかったですね、当時は。はい。
It's been over 3 decades since the release of Tengai Makyou Jiraiya, and while it may not be as well known as a Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, it firmly has its place in the history of RPGs, not only as the genre's first CD-based game, but for laying the groundwork for what storytelling in a role-playing game would look like in the years to come. While this first experiment would not go as smoothly as anyone involved had hoped, and the
This guy's got a bunch of fucking things related to Jiraiya. He's got everything. He's got the whole collection. Oh. Yeah.
While this first experiment would not go as smoothly as anyone involved had hoped, and the end results not quite achieving the high hopes and standards they set, it was a valuable experience that would help Red and Hudson to achieve greater success only 3 years later with the sequel to Tengai Makyou Jiraiya, Tengai Makyou 2, Manji Maru. But that's a story for another time.
Dude, what? He's gonna make a whole different video for that? Are you serious? And this guy seems like he's for some reason. For some reason, he's a diehard for this series. Maybe it's because it gets really good later. I don't know. Maybe it gets really good later. The PC Engine rocks.
So welcome back to another episode.
I'm just gonna mute at this point.
This is amazing.